I was sitting down, getting prepped for this, doing some off-camera e-work, and I've slowly come to a weird realization. And I know this is going to sound strange. This isn't a very good game. And that just sounded so strange. So I decided to start, just the hell of it, looking up other people's thoughts on this. Oh, not official reviews. We all know those are trash and garbage. But instead, just trying to process, like, what other people think of it. In Zelda forums, and Reddits, posts on GameFAQs, and stuff like that. Pretty much all I have access to. And the general consensus is, yeah, this game's pretty rough. It has some neat, unique gimmicks and some fun little things, but ultimately it was considered a lesser version of Link's Awakening. I'm very curious, at this point, how Ages is going to fare. Because I don't want to say it's going to fare much better, but at the same time, the more... Yeah, no, different team from Link's Awakening. The more I look at this game, the more we play it, the less of this I remember. And yet, that kept throwing me, because I've played through these games twice before. And yet I have distinct memories of them, because they're all, because as I've said many times, my memories are of, like, the games as a whole. And yet I realized, as I've been playing through this game, that almost all my memories were actually of the other game. Everything to do with the time travel thing, the vase thing, which we'll talk about when we get there, how we interact with the Gorons, how we interact with the people of the past, and the particular story arc that goes along with the Queen, and the hostage situation scenario, and a lot of the dungeons, which we haven't even seen because they're all over on that game, and so forth and so on. All of my memories are of the other game, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, that this game right here was so unmemorable that so far I remember essentially none of it, that none of it was substantial enough to warrant actually taking up space up here. Just random anecdote, because I was just whatevering. Speaking of random anecdotes, I apologize, but I've got to share this. So, we've been doing the shorts thing. It's actually been working out really well. That's cool. Little tidbits. Thank you for clipping and pulling out those clips in order to enable us to make those shorts, because those shorts would not exist without your clips. Like, literally, I don't have the time. There's a reason I'm an hour late to starting stream, and it's not because of anything like big. There was no disaster or anything. I was just up late last night because I was working, so I woke up late today, and all I did this morning was chug a protein shake. That was my breakfast. Do my morning exercises, go to the bathroom, get dressed, and I'm here, right? I don't have time to do anything more substantial. So thank you for all of you who are clipping and giving me the footage necessary in order to actually make those shorts happen. Appreciate you. Yeah, that 60-second limit sucks, by the way. That's... Anyways. But when I go to pull a clip in order to export it into YouTube, it gives me recommended clips for some reason. And this one clip has been on my recommended feed for the last several days. It's a woman in a bikini at a pool who is in the presenting position, where you're on your knees and hands and your butt is way up in the air and very exposed. And you're probably thinking, well, but no, hang on. It kept popping up, and each time it did, it had more views. And finally, at some point, I'm like, all right, I've got to know. What is she doing? So the clip in question, the woman here, is studying for an exam. She's in college, and she's studying for an exam in order to crunch for it. That's it. I mean, I know women personally who have done sex work in order to pay for school. Like, in-person people. Now, I haven't talked with most of them in years and years and years. This goes back a ways, but still. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's the thing that irritates me the most about it, Darkrai. Sex work is real work, right? I've actually been pretty firm on that opinion for a long time. Probably because I've literally known sex workers since I was in high school. But if you're going to do that stuff, it should be done in its own lane, right? Do that over on OnlyFans. Do that over on Pornhub. Do it over on something else that exists and is not Twitch. And I'm sorry, what she's doing is pornography. Unlike certain U.S. judges, it's extremely easy to define pornography. Pornography is something that is being done to sexually titillate with the intent and purpose thereof. That's it. There's your definition. Nudity has nothing to do with it. She could be fully clothed, and there's a guy behind her who is fully clothed, and as long as they're both acting it out in the proper manner, that would still be pornography because the intent, regardless of what's being presented on the screen, is to be pornography. It's very easy to define that. If there's a woman who is taking, I don't have anything like this, like a banana or whatever, and doing the blowjob thing on the banana, she's fully clothed. There's no nudity. There's no genitalia present. That's porn. That's it. It's really easy to define. And yeah, the reason Twitch allows it is because of the fact that clip had 400,000 views or whatever the hell it was. Whoops, sorry, buddy. I'll take your place, dude. I think I have to go talk to him. Yes. Okay. And admittedly, like I said, it wouldn't irritate me if not for the fact that it's just in the wrong lane. Again, I'm supportive of sex workers, and at least as long as they have a safe, sane, consensual working environment, like everybody deserves. Except for executives, they don't deserve everything. But, do it in your own lane. You know? I don't want to go to the grocery store and see gyrating hips, you know what I mean? This is not Idiocracy. Oh no, Spartan, they're getting rid of nudity. Which just proves you weren't listening to me 5 seconds ago. I can see it in your eyes. You're a competent adventurer. Okay, go get it. Find my bell. I'll be waiting. Okay. You know, that's a fair point, Noctis. Executives don't deserve good working conditions. Because executives don't work. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The nudity definition has always been stupid. Because there's plenty of nudity that is not pornography, and there's plenty of pornography that involves no nudity. Like, there's so many examples of both, it's kind of silly that that's the definition. I don't know how other countries do it, but that's the definition the States likes to lean on. And they now, nudity is actually pretty well defined, weirdly enough. Nipples, genitalia. That's it. That's the definition. Whoops, wrong way again. Keep doing that. I'll admit, I'm just kind of starting to drown it out a little bit. I think the problem is the game is just too long. And that's why the music is starting to get to me. Get out of here. Okay, everyone remembers that pattern we found out yesterday, right? The good news is we can actually go get the pattern pretty easily if we wanted to. It's not a big thing. But I do happen to have... There we go. Jesus. Come on. It's so weird. Whatever. There we go. I don't know what's what. I mean, as it should be, Spartan. Remember, don't feed the trolls. What settings are you having issues with? Okay, I do have the quicksand ring. Perfect. Let's do the desert. Let's comb the desert! Actually, no, Zactave. Hang on. What is Zactave saying here? Wait, why are they banning a munitions factory? Do they not understand that Holy Mars has a mission? Well, while we're here... 1, 2... I have touched the sky, Mr. Red, with the infinite power of the sun! Just call me Mr. Sun. When I was searching the desert for the bell, I got caught in a sandstorm. I awoke like this. I can't go on to the afterlife. If you pity me, help me find that bell. My skull is rolling out in the desert. Find that first. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, the world building of CNC3 is absolutely horrifying. But then again, that's always been true. They weren't very overt about it, but the world building in CNC1 was pretty terrifying. Like, that is a doomed setting. Arguably. Yeah. There's a salt and pepper dungeon? Okay, yeah, no, Tiberium is just... Whoo! Yeah, see, weirdly enough, the thing that always bothered me the most about Tiberium was in CNC2, and I believe only in CNC2. When there's people who have Tiberium growing in them. And the more you think about that for a second, the more horrifying that is. That's just... Ugh. Because, remember, even as recent as far back as CNC1, we know that Tiberium is something that grows by taking other minerals and resources and then, you know, producing the crystals. But the plant thing that's actually growing and absorbing those nutrients, that's the real problem there. So, you know, you've got the effective equivalent of fungi just growing inside of you, eating your body. Okay. Yeah, it's funny, for all the bonkers stuff in Red Alert, that world is a lot less doomed. Simply by virtue of the absence of Tiberium. I've been waiting, matey. Let's find that bell. I got sand in my mouth. Sorry. So I believe this is random. So we've just got to find the quicksand pit. Up. That's it, no doubt about it. You got the bell. Uh-oh, that Chapman's bell, but I hope that'll do. It's awful rusty. Well, at least I can go on the afterlife now. Rest up to you, boy! I mean, yeah, technically each Red Alert kind of resets the timeline again. But they're all still part of the same continuity, weirdly enough. Either way, Red Alert, not as doomed. But there is only one place you can go to be safe from capitalism in Red Alert. Space! I love the way he does it. I'm sorry. I know it's a meme. I don't care. He's a national treasure. Yeah, just... Space! I mean, Red Alert 3 is a really good game. You brought me bear. Thank you. Let's take a gander. Oh, surely this thing's rusted. Something awful. What are you pulling? That's what I do. Go get it polished. What am I, your maid? Oh, Red Alert 3 is definitely better than Red Alert 2. Objectively. Now, subjectively, that's a little bit different, because I'll probably never actually review Red Alert 2. Because I physically can't. I've never even heard of it, Trihexia, no. Hang on, where am I going? This way, I think. Red Alert 2 is probably a good game. But again, who knows? Having said that, Red Alert 2 is probably a better story than it is a game. And that's probably why people remember it so fondly, because the cutscenes and the story access for Red Alert 2 are awesome. Like, unabashedly. I do not, admittedly, Samurai Jack. I usually try to cite sources, like interviews and whatnot. But I do such a wide net, so rapid fire, that I usually don't actually have a bibliography going. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, you're terrible, and you're right. But in my defense, I've already been to college. And I hated doing it. I swore I would never do it again. Having said that, if I find like a particularly interesting interview, usually not in English, I usually try to share that. I can tell you my process. First thing I do is I look at Wikipedia, and then I throw it in the trash and go look at actual news sources. This is such a great map. Actually, I am joking. You know what I use Wikipedia for, legitimately? Starting point. It's a good way to initiate research. Yeah, exactly. You look at what Wikipedia cites, and then you start from there. There we go. Yes, we have a label of great value. Do it! Okay, dong get. That's fair. I usually am not looking up controversial stuff, Plutonia. So I'm looking up game design stuff, right? Oh, that's another thing. Some people have this interesting perspective that physical media is more reliable than digital media. Not really super in favor of that mentality. I get where it's coming from, but no. People can lie in a book just as easily as they can lie on a website. Having said that, there's a book that I used extensively when doing research for Star Trek The Original Series, which I, of course, can't think of the name of right now. It's by Herbert Solow. And his book contained receipts. And I mean, no, actual receipts, like actual documented evidence of physical receipts that were used for business expenditures and internal memos in the studios during the creation of TOS. That's helpful. That kind of stuff, generally speaking, while that still can be fake, I usually consider something like that a little bit more reliable. Because that's kind of how that works, right? Everything can be a lie, so we have to kind of like have a gradient of how much do we trust a given source. Brought me bell. Thank you. Let's take a gander. Arr, there's no mistaking. It's better. Full of memories. But that don't mean they're all good. Sniff. They're all pensive. It's not like me. We're off, mateys. To the sea. I think that's it, Bragwin, yeah. I'd go grab the book, but it's in storage for moving. Now reporting, Captain. Ship's all fixed. We can set sail. How is the ship fixed? To the ship. It's that terrible, isn't it, Shane? As I've said many times, there's only one accent I can do, and it's this weird combination of, like, 3 different accents. How is this happening? Captain, desert, dead ahead! Hold us steady! To the sea, mighties, but it's impossible. Fool! It's do or die. We'll make it if we give her all we got. Aye, aye, sir. Help us all. I absolutely question Figaro Castle. Yeah, I got the accent of Wikipedia. Me, Captain. The sea. Bad Jolly Roger, aye. Go, mighties, this is it. Aye, aye, sir. Arr, the sea is truly me home. Me heart's come alive. Sound the bell. I like the trail of flowing sand we left behind us. Nice touch, actually. Pretty advanced for the Game Boy. Yes, that's right. The skeletons are getting seasick. Think about that for as long as you'd like to. Been in long so long, I got seasick. It's no use, think about it. We ain't sailed since we died. Call yourselves pirates! Shameful fools, getting sick the moment you set sail. It's no use. Put her ashore. Aye, aye, sir. Phantom Seasick Syndrome. Thank you, Baron. Always appreciate you. Give me a moment. Oh, set anchor. Oh, I gotta get our sea legs. We'll rest here a bit. Having conveniently unlocked more of the overworld. I'm off the ship, but I'm still reeling. Ugh, vomit, vomit, vomit. Alright, let me write down. Baron sings. Call me a weirdo, but I like that. That's probably the most story the entire game has had, other than the intro. But I like that. That was decently animated. It was decently storyboarded. It's even properly amusing. I'm with it. Okay, now I need to write down Baron's thing. So many things to write down. That's going towards Hitman 3, Yakuza Block 1, and the Kirby block. You got it. Oh, and I got yours earlier, Tony. I don't know if I said that out loud. Thief block, Deus Ex Human Revolution, Hitman 3. Okay. Ship get. So, I meant to mention something. I've been avoiding it on purpose, because I've been partially using a walkthrough, but... You know how in Zelda 1 there's old men out in the world, and they give rupees, but some of them take your rupees? Yeah, that's a thing in this game. What's really funny is most of them are in almost identical spots as the originals. Like, if you overlay the maps. Not all of them, obviously. Sitting inside all the time made me sick. Yeah, that'll do it. It's a secret to everybody. But most importantly of all, we now have access to critical bit of information. Or not information, I don't know why I said information. Ah! Yes, that is correct, Jiggly. The fact that 1-1 is practically a 1-2-1 remake is a pretty good example of that, but regardless of that, there's plenty of evidence of that, ignoring the obvious interviews related there too. So we need to be autumn, I think? Nope, spring. That's an interesting question, Noctis. Everyone, murder Noctis immediately. Okay, now that Noctis and his questions are no more. Now, I was actually thinking about it last night, because there's not much story difference, really, from doing Ages Before Seasons, but there is a decent amount of story difference when doing... or sorry, I said that wrong. No, I said it right. Ages to Seasons isn't much of a change, but Seasons to Ages is a fairly decent amount of change, which is part of why we're doing it in this order. But we do need to acknowledge that you can do Ages to Seasons, because that counts for Seasons score. And that's going to be a thing. I'm not 100% sure how we're going to score that yet. The good news is I do have a lot of information on what exactly changes in a linked playthrough. What's this guy? There he is. Shoot, I lost him. I lost him. He cornered me. There we go. Done. It was actually suggested, we're not doing this by the way, that we play each game twice in order to be as thorough as possible. No. That is possible. It's even feasible. But that's when we get into reasonable. I don't think that's actually reasonable. That's probably a waste of everybody's time. So, no. Good morning, Innocents. It also depends on the length of the game, I think, Act. As much as you mentioned earlier, this isn't like the longest thing in the history of the universe. This is a little bit too long of a game to play twice. How you use power is up to you, but do not be tempted to abuse it. Okay. Yeah, And in all honesty, Darkrai, if that was true, I would pretty much force myself to do it. I'd be like, all right, that's the Master Quest thing, right? That's the second quest thing. If it's completely new gear, or completely new content, excuse me, yeah, we have to do it. But instead, it's a few minor changes. Mostly from a gameplay axis. Like, it changes what you have access to at what points, and how your item progression goes. But yes, time to equip the best ring in the game, and never take it off. So this is the red ring. It doesn't increase your sword damage by 1. It doubles your sword damage. So, for perspective, if the swords do 1, 2, and 3 damage, with the red ring on, you do 2, 4, and 6 damage. Hang on. No, we don't need the quicksand ring. We'll do that too. For example, this boomerang ring just increases the damage of your boomerang by 1. The Slayer ring, I don't think does anything. If anyone wants to double check me on that, feel free. We can also get the mirror shield right now if we were playing a mirror linked game. I was going to say, there's a lot of achievement rings which are pretty much just there for 100% of the game. Break certain number of signs, kill certain number of monsters, dig up certain number of things, etc, etc, etc. Did I already... And yeah, we cannot get the level 3 sword in this playthrough. But we will the next time. In ages. And there's a few other things like that. You can't upgrade things all the way until you're playing your linked playthrough. That's one of the biggest changes, I would say, between the two. Thank you, Jesse's Mask. Very, very much for 4 years of support. Thank you. Well, that's a weird thought. I will put that anniversary sub towards Chris Tales, Black Ops 1 and 2. What is Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes? Because I have a theory that I know what that is. Actually, yeah, it's pretty much an early achievement system, straight up. Oh, and for the record, yes, I've gotten every ring with a walkthrough. There's not a lot of, you know, in fact, I don't think there's any can't get it ever again rings, so you can get to the, once you beat the game, you can actually keep playing. There's a post game, and you can just run around getting all the rings, then get your code, then transfer to the other game, and then finish getting all the rings. And there you go, there's your 100% run. To be technically accurate, you'd have to do both games twice for true 100%, but I don't care. And I never have. So, no. When did FF12 come out? What year was that? I know it was the aughts, because, you know, PS2 era. 2006, okay. 5 years after this. Then again, this game was a precursor for a lot of mechanics. I mean, think about Mass Effect and being able to port things forward in a save. And remember that this game predates that by how long? And I mean Mass Effect 2, specifically, in this case. The best of all Mass Effect games, obviously. See, that's what I thought, Jesse's Mask. That's what that sounded like. So do me a favor. Come to level 7, the Explorer's Crypt. And yeah, you got it. Thank you, Jesse's Mask. And remember, that's a anniversary sub, so that's actually $40 towards something. Just point it out. Yeah, I don't know, Unknoble Name. I don't know. I mean, there's some bad FF games. Like, we've got to cover 2, we've got to cover 3, we've got to cover 10, and 10-2, and 12. I know what you're thinking. Hey, but hear me out. 10's optional stuff is going to drag its score down quite a bit. 10-2's main stuff is going to drag its score down. And 12's optional stuff is going to tank its score. Plus 12 has really bad Sunshine Syndrome. Like, really bad. I have actually recommended to friends that they play up to a certain point and then just put the game down. Okay. Wait, I was going to write something down. "12 also has some really severe padding issues, which is a damn shame. I mean, I'm not going to beat Nemesis on camera, and I'm certainly not going to beat Penance on camera. In fact, I might not even finish the Monster Arena. I've already done it twice in my life. I don't really feel the desire to do that a third time. So I might just tack on another 20 hours to the score, another 20 negatives to the score, and just move on from there. I haven't decided exactly yet, but that's probably how that's going to go down. See, there's this thing, which is kind of an interesting side product of the review system. Let's say I've never played FF10 before. Well, reasonably speaking, the only way to actually then review FF10 would be to go ahead and do all of that optional crap. Do the Monster Arena, get all the monsters captured, finish the Chocobo races, get all the butterflies, etc., etc., etc. That sucks. The good news is we don't have to do that, because I have done that. So I can lean on experience and knowledge in order to try and gauge how many negatives something should get without having to spend literally dozens of hours on camera grinding. Interesting. The source of the curse is hidden in darkness. Uh-oh. That's true, Ross. However, here's an interesting factoid. I'd never done all that optional stuff in Inquisition before. Like, just to use some random example, I wouldn't have known... God damn, frickin' blue whiz robes. Thanks, Zelda 1. I wouldn't have known about the hissing wastes, to use a specific example, and how that's probably one of the worst designed zones I've ever seen in gaming. If not for the fact that I did it. Off camera, but still. the Dark Aeon fights any good? I don't remember liking any of the Dark Aeon fights. I don't think a single one of them will be a positive. So let's talk about how FF10 approaches its super optional content. And some people think this is a good thing, and some people don't. Very simple. You can min-max in a game, right? Like FF5 or FF10-2 or whatever. There's plenty of games which you can min-max in. So the optional fights, including the Dark Aeon fights, are designed presuming you have already min-maxed. You've already started rebuilding the entire sphere grid in order to optimize your stats. There's no challenge there. Did you walk into the fight with the necessary level and stats? And that's pretty much the problem with FF10's optional content. Optional hard mode stuff is the kind of thing I usually enjoy. To use a really dumb example, I actually like the Bahamut fight. Oh yeah, no, you'll find out very quickly. I actually like the Bahamut fight in FF4. I enjoy, honestly, both of the major super weapons in FF7, you know. FF8's wasn't as good. 9 had a couple of cool things, but then a couple of not cool things. It varies. But I tend to like super optional fights when they're well designed. 10's super optional fights are just stat walls. And that's the problem. A stat wall isn't very interesting. That's true even including Nemesis and Penance, by the way. Nemesis just kills you unless you're using a trick to bypass his ability to kill you. And he has so much health that you only have so many rounds to kill him before you run out of the ability to endure his shots that are going to kill you. That's the Nemesis fight. I could tell you how to fight him right now by memory because it's so rote. Penance is the same way. In order to do Penance, you have to do Penance in a very specific pattern. If you deviate from that pattern at all, you die. And by the way, the Penance fight, this is not a joke, takes about an hour. That's not fun. That's not interesting. Now, 10-2 has a similar problem, but not quite as terrible. See, 10-2 has that problem in its trash in the super optional dungeon, the Via Infinito. And that trash is just awful. Interestingly enough, though, some, not all, of the bosses in that particular dungeon are more interesting specifically because they don't have tons and tons of health and they don't have specific patterns. What that means is strategy can enter into the equation because you can actually decide, okay, I'm going to do this strategy against these bosses. Now, that's not true for all of them, and by the time you get to the bottom, you're probably using the gunner trick. But me and my friend, when we were doing our one and only run I've ever done of Via Infinito, we were actually trading off strategies and ideas as we were going through it, just because different things kept working. That's cool. That's interesting, because we can actually play with it instead of just being stuck, you know, following the walkthrough. I can't believe that happened. Yeah, I don't know how you would beat Penance with no sphere grid. I legitimately don't know. I'm sure some insane person somewhere is working on that, but I don't know how that's possible. He's a stat wall. You can't beat a stat wall by being clever unless you're actually breaking the game. And I don't mean like strategy breaking the game. I mean breaking the game. Yeah, Riku can do some crazy stuff in 10. Man, the Brachiosaur fights. The Brachiosaur fights, one of the best pieces of advice I could ever give for those is to remember that using your best spells is not the best option against it, because it specifically has counters for your best spells. And there are ways around Ultima. There is some RNG in the Brachiosaur fight, and that's just unavoidable. It is possible to walk into the Brachiosaur fight and for him to open with Meteor, which, for reference, is a spell defense piercing spell. And he's got the ability to push through whatever HP you've got. And yeah, if he opens with Disaster, which is another thing he can do, unless you're prepped for it, that's probably the end for you. Oh, and Ultima is also a spell defense piercing spell, by the way. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. Someone asked about Kingdom Hearts bosses. Usually, I like Kingdom Hearts optional bosses. There are some exceptions. I'll go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 for a second. I enjoy the Sephiroth fight, but I'm not a big fan of the Ice Titan, because the Ice Titan is just kind of dull. Having said that, however, most of the really cool fights in Kingdom Hearts are, in fact, really cool fights. Although, the further into the series you get, the more cool those fights tend to get. Okay, I was just trying. Like, Kingdom Hearts 3 probably has the best optional fights in the franchise, followed by Kingdom Hearts 2, followed by Birth by Sleep, and so forth and so on. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Ed, sorry. I can think of a few Crazy Horse. Again, Kingdom Hearts 3, Kingdom Hearts 2, both would qualify. That got me thinking. See, I was thinking FF5 super optionals, both of which are actually pretty vanilla when it comes to super optionals, at least by nowadays standards, but I think that actually works in their favor. Honestly, the super optional... I hate to keep going back to Kingdom Hearts 3. The super optional Kingdom Hearts 3 is probably one of the meanest I've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. Omega and Shinryu don't actually have that many stats, and they certainly hit hard, but most of the damage they do is of a specific type, which is avoidable. So, you can avoid damage, and you don't have to push through 1 billion pounds of HP. But if you walk into those fights not knowing what you're getting into, they are going to kill you. I mean, God's sakes, Omega is actually weak to lightning. Exactly, Pillars of Snow. Oh, okay, that's not what I was expecting at all. Okay, so I've only got 4 moves to do this. Okay. There is, Mr. Red. You know what? Actually, you know another super option I really liked? Trials of Mana R. We did that one on camera. Actually, to be technical, there was two. We did both on camera. Those are fun fights. Those are good. It helps when you have a game with a really good combat system, I've noticed. I think you're right, Innocence. So, that means... I was thinking of the one at the very end of the DLC pillars just now. Starts with a Y, I want to say. Yeah, no, it's a well-designed fight. It's not bullcrap. I tend to appreciate that. Hell, even the super optional Kingdom Hearts 2 is not bullcrap. Now, there is the revenge values concept in Kingdom Hearts, which is certainly a debated concept. I might be using the wrong terminology, but the idea is this. The more you hit a boss, the more a little counter shows up in the back of its stats, which is the whatever count. I think it's revenge. And as that counter increases, they get less and less likely to let you hit them. And if it maxes out, then you can no longer do damage to them. You just have to endure their attacks until that value is emptied, and they're now open to attacks again. Now, the problem with that is, in functionality, what that usually means is long invuln phases. Which I'm not a big fan of. However, I believe you can play with that. No, Gracie Norse. Sorry. It's better music, but it's the same sound chip. My opinion. I'm just gonna look this up. I apparently cannot force my brain into thinking here. Be over here for a second. Yeah, I know. I've gotten stuck several times, Blade Jamal. You may or may not have noticed that we've given more walkthroughitis negatives than I think we've given total so far, if I'm double checking. Or I'm not in my game. Hang on. One. Okay, we've only given two, actually. What we have given is a lot of guidance negatives, which is kind of the same general concept. Generally speaking, I can walk into a Zelda game and figure out what is required of me, because of course I can. Zelda games tend to be well designed, and I've been playing them for a long time. There's been several things in this game where I'm just like, how? Where do I go next? Now, granted, I'm an idiot. However, it doesn't make the game any better. The other thing, too, is a lot of those walkthrough-itis negatives have been specifically for just not knowing where to go, which is usually more the purview of something like walkthrough-itis. Like, I have had to look up 2 puzzles so far. And yes, I've been keeping track. That's what I thought. I would say this is the most confusing Zelda title, yes, 100%. That's not just from this particular playthrough, too. That's from memories. I think I've mentioned this a few times. I have distinct memories of having multiple times in this game where I just could not figure out where to go next. Okay, we'll go down. That won't work. How? Okay. But this won't work. At least I don't think it will. Let's find out. Oh, okay. I was off by one. My bad. Well, that was worthwhile. What does this game do different than most Zeldas that I like? Oh, you... This is the beginning of the dungeon. I'd say there's two things this game does that other Zelda games don't do. One is the rings, obviously, which is a nice thing. But the other thing is the seasons themselves. Being able to affect the terrain in such a fundamental way is actually a pretty neat little feature. Now, I don't think they use it to its full potential, because most of the time it just means the equivalent of unlocking a door. You need vines to proceed, so you need to find the nearest season changer, the stomps, and then change the season to spring. And there you go, there's your answer. It's still a cool idea. We'll see. So the next game, for example, doesn't do anything nearly as innovative, because Ages just has two overworlds, which we've already seen in LTTP. Same basic concept. So while Ages might score better overall, I don't think it's as innovative. Friend Bo had the two worlds concept. Like the LTTP thing. Oh, and Link Between Worlds also has the two worlds thing. While we're on the subject. So does Ocarina. Now, they do that a lot, don't they? Well, I don't want to judge Ages too much in advance, because we're not there yet. Okay, so I'm just going to look up the walkthrough, because I don't feel like... if I can get back to where I was, it doesn't help me anything, so what do you want from me? Yeah, in Majora, the thing that changes is your knowledge and access. No, Baron. Alright, what am I missing? Because there's a key I'm missing. So somewhere in the dungeon so far, I've missed a key, and that's what's preventing me from progressing. Okay, we got that. We defeated him. We moved that. We got the compass. Aha! There's something I missed. There we go. Now we can progress. See, I just missed one little thing. That's on me, I'm dumb, blah, blah, blah. What? Okay. I mean, they do feel a little bit more puzzly than usual. Yeah, apparently it's random. I didn't know that until 5 seconds ago. If you could. Thank you. Nah. And we're dead. At least that'll reset our hearts a little bit. I mean, Ocarina is probably as traditional Zelda as it gets at this point. But the only other possibility for that is LTTP. Zelda 1 is early installment weirdness. Most games are like that. I mean, only a madman would look at Warcraft 1 and say, that is central Warcraft, right? Like, that's traditional Warcraft. No, Wind Waker is actually fairly standard 2D Zelda, as I'll show when we get there. Okay, back on track. I should save in case we have any tech issues. Yeah, FF1 is quintessential Final Fantasy. Yeah, exactly. Mega Man 1, Zelda 1, Mario 1. Most ones are not really, you know, indicative of their given franchise. Assassin's Creed 1. Mass Effect 1. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pokemon Gen 1. I believe that was actually Fies Rabi himself, Spurn. Star Fox 1 was pretty solid, admittedly. But if we're being honest, 64 is really the quintessential Star Fox game. God of War 1. Use something a little bit more modern. I hope to break my curse. I'm tougher than my sister. I will stop you. Can't seem to get that second hit in. Yeah, Sly Cooper 1, another good example. Jak and Daxter 1. Ratchet and Clank 1. Devil May Cry 1. Which wouldn't find itself until Devil May Cry 3. I never played Need for Speed 1. Sonic 1. Yeah. You know what always amuses me about going back to Sonic 1? How slow it is. Probably not, Nalul. I mean, I might watch it off camera and we can discuss it, but I don't think we'll watch it live. I doubt there's anything really worth watching there. Listen, you can whap me all you want. In all honesty, what are they even going to showcase at this point? Yeah. We have the remaster of The Last of Us 1 remaster coming out. The Echo 1 remaster. Ah! Sorry, I knew what you meant, Rose. I've never actually played Echo 2. I don't know if it's better or worse or anything. I've never even touched it. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. No, Ultima 1 was actually pretty indicative of the franchise, weirdly enough. That's the thing. I don't want to insult anybody here. So, if you like any of the Ultima games, please leave the chat briefly. Okay, now that nobody left because nobody likes the Ultima games, the biggest problem, in my opinion, with the Ultima series is they never actually developed. I talk a lot about iterative design and how I am in favor of that. But the problem is, the Ultimas never changed. They were just the Ultima games forever. And they didn't actually develop, move forward, or otherwise evolve. And as RPGs slowly got developed over time, the Ultimas just got outpaced. I mean, this ultimately culminated in Ultima Online, which was definitely the one that lagged behind the most of the big three initial MMOs. What's a paladin? Having said that, for the curious, my personal favorite Ultima is Exodus, which I believe is a reimagining, port, remake, whatever, of 3, I think? It is 3. Hey! One mind, for once. I should mention Exodus has certain parts of the game that are terrible. Okay, picture this. You're in the final dungeon. There's like a hallway. It goes like this, and then it goes up, and there's the final boss. There's the end of the game right here. This hallway leading up to the final boss has certain tiles that if you step on, will just straight up kill you. GTA 6, you got it, Jesse's Mask. And if you don't know theirs are coming, and if you're not ready for them, I believe they're random. Like, I want you to imagine, because I don't have to imagine this, being in visual range of the end of the game. It's right there. And then dying. What happens if you die? A long run back. Alright, what stupid thing did I miss this time? Okay, I'll be honest, that would not have occurred to me. God damn it, fine. We'll just kill you. Wizardry 1. Oh, man. Wizardry 1. Yeah, I should mention I've never played Ultima 3 in any manner other than the NES version, which is what I was just referencing. Oh my god. Interesting, Jiggly Saint. Oh yeah, Civilization 1. Thank you for another example. By the way, Europa Universalis 1, while we're on the subject. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. Anyways, really quick. Thank you, Nameless Baron. Again. Yeah, you like this audio spam? You're low on health. You're low on health. One moment, please. So you're trying to add CNC Remastered to the list, but CNC Remastered is already on the list. So you may not know this. This is a little bit of a FYI for everybody. Obviously, there's the block page, which lists all of which games are in which blocks. However, if you ever have issues with that, I actually manually repeat every block on both of the lists. If you're wondering why, and this has been questioned a few times, the answer is very simple. So if I pull up the list right now, and I search for Command and Conquer, I won't find anything on the list, but it'll find the block, which is right there. That way I can tell, the RTS block is what includes that. It's to try and reduce the amount of cross-referencing necessary. So you can find everything on one page. So I will put that towards the RTS block, but that leaves you with two more choices. You're probably wondering, why is CNC2 not on the list? Well, because it's CNC2. Alright, so. Where the hell am I with this? The worst red jam ever? Honestly, that's probably one of the Modern Warfares. The games that gave us the concept. Just enjoy that health there for a moment while I write this down for Kirby. So we'll just add that to this earlier donation. And Yakuza. So the worst raspberry jam I've ever encountered. All joking aside. Apparently I don't have a save here. I mean, Sony has... I agree with the consensus that Sony has been trying very hard. God, this is so piercing. That Sony is trying to do the exclusivity trick. And I hope it's finally realized... let me walk this back. I hope it's finally stopped working for them. Because screw them. God, this soundtrack is terrible. Whatever this one is. Yeah, Nintendo being exclusive doesn't make me feel any better about anything. They don't get a free pass. But Sony has been awful about that for years. So, worst raspberry jam in gaming. For those of you who've never experienced it, that, we actually call that low health beta leaps, but it's the same thing. It's irritating low health indicators. I'm over-exaggerating. No, I'm not. I cannot think of any other game that has worse raspberry jam than that. There's probably one somewhere, and I probably haven't played it. By contrast, this is mild. Well, like I said, it's probably one of the Call of Duties for the worst graphical jam, raspberry jam. Probably Modern Warfare 1 or 2. Nope, can't change directions. Alright, hold on. Since I'm so low on health, let's just look up the walkthrough. What am I missing? Apparently, what I was just doing is the correct thing to do. I just failed at it. So, alright, I'm done. Oh, I love how they do it, Baron. There we go. Jesus, yeah, that's not great, Jay Palmer. But, hang on. I mean, I've run into that Kirawai noise. Hang on. So for a little bit of perspective, this is Modern Warfare 1. To get across why those ones always sit at the top of the list for me. Because it does several things. First of all is the obvious raspberry jam. But second, it also grays out the world. They might think, who cares? But it's an extra layer of screw you on top of the jam itself. It makes it harder to actually see what the hell's going on. In addition to the fact that it's already making it harder to see what's going on. So you are doubly more likely to die when you are low on health in those games. It is very frustrating. There's actually several FPSs which do the exact same thing. Where things get all white and stroby and you hear thong thong, thong thong, like it's your blood pounding in your ears as you get low on health. And all that does is irritate. Like, all it does is get in the way of you actually playing the game. Which game does that, Jiggly Saint? Because like I said, there's probably, like, if I looked up, like, the slaughtering grounds, I'd probably find something worse with regards to raspberry jam. Yeah, there you go. Poorly edited PNGs of blood. I am one dungeon further, Deckfish. But yeah, we're kind of getting into some inches amongst miles stuff here. Yeah, I know you can't see it, and I'm not gonna share it. They don't deserve to be seen. I will admit the sound thing irritates me for two reasons. One, it's irritating, but two, it's the only real indicator I have that I'm low on health. I know what you're thinking. Your health is right there, Lore. I will freely admit I have a bad habit of ignoring that health bar. Just straight up. I have actually experienced a thing, I'm sure some of you have experienced this too, where you just mute the game, and you never notice you're low on health, and then you die because you never noticed. The moment I turn, I die. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong there. Alright, well, let's go back through the entire dungeon! Last night, I was playing World of Warcraft with PAX. And that was fun. We're doing Pandaria Remix. I've stopped being the top DPS because we've started encountering level 70s that have plus tens of thousands of stats on their cloaks. But anyways, so we're doing our stuff, and we're in Mogoshan Vaults, which means something to some of you and nothing to the rest of you. In the Mogoshan Vaults, there is a boss. You fight him over a giant pit. Now, during the boss fight, he puts out a platform on that pit. But that platform isn't there... It's changed again. That platform isn't there until the boss fight starts. And the trash right before him has knockback attacks. You already see where this is going. Now, I bring all of this up because he and I actually had a discussion about low health indicators and getting mad at a game for dying. Because a friend of his, a friend of ours, I should say, was getting... Is it resetting per room? For, like, reset? Oh my god, it is! Wow. I'm sorry, that just really distracted me. We were talking about tilting. Let's just call it what it is, because that is the proper term. When you are getting so mad at something that you just lose the ability to think properly, and you're like, oh my god, and you start to tilt. Now, for example, I was tilting at Zelda 2 just a few days ago, because that game is a colossal waste of my time. But that's the interesting thing. For me, I don't tend to get tilted if I die a lot unless there's something really frustrating about the time expenditure involved. For example, there's plenty of boss fights where I'll just mash my head into the boss until I kill it, and that's fine. Unless, for example, there's a whole phase 1 I have to go through again, in which case that just irritates me. Does that make sense? The reason I'm bringing all of this up is because during the trash fight, I was badly positioned because I wasn't really paying attention. That's on me. And I suddenly went flying over the edge. Contrary to being upset, I thought that was hysterical. And I was laughing so hard that I had to actually mute myself for a second on Discord. Because that's funny. But of course it is. How much of my time was wasted by that death? Like 10 seconds. Release. And I'm back. And that was it, right? Like, it was a none and done. I'm gonna have to kill these guys again. Or I could just get killed. That's cool. I like getting killed. So the Navi meme comes from Ocarina. It's not nearly as bad as the meme goes, as is usually true for memes. But that's the game that comes from. The thing is, Navi is programmed to do two things. First, if you are targeting something, she will try to say something helpful. Actually, three things, excuse me. Second of all, if you haven't progressed through the main story for a minute, she will give you a hint of what exactly you're supposed to do next. And third, and this is the one I just remembered, she will do this thing where if you're in a very specific thing, it's always manually placed. There's specific spots in the game where, hey, hang on, we haven't tutorialized this lately, or this is a mechanic that hasn't shown up lately. And so Navi will jump in out of nowhere and be like, hey, just so you know, this is a thing to watch for. Good example, in the Shadow Temple, Navi, towards the end of the game, Wall Masters will start to show up again. And Navi will be like, hey, look out for the shadows from the ceiling. Because you haven't encountered Wall Masters in quite a while, and the game wants to make sure that you know this is a thing that can happen. Kind of mitigating the bull crappery of Wall Masters. But that's Navi. Okay, so we're... Use feather, jump into the spinny thing with the gloves rather than timing from another spinny thing. Okay, let's try that then. Where's my gloves? Oh, there. How... Oh, I think I see what you mean. Like this. Okay, I can make that work. Obviously, since I did. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's best. Hey, hang on. These are the worst enemies of the entire franchise. Careful. Just so you know, Link. Also, thank you for telling me about the pots breaking thing. I wonder. Ah! Yeah, I don't think I knew that that worked in Oceans, so thank you again, Hephaestus. A double thank you. Okay. No way that I am aware of, Czar. You hear her or you don't. Whoops. Okay. Little low on health. What? Wrong direction. You know, if Woody could turn into a fairy, that would be really helpful right about now. But instead, we probably have a sub-boss soon. Or not. Interesting. You son of a goddamn geese! Boomerang, boomerang, boomerang! Oh, shit. You mean like that right there? Yeah. I think that's just how the Game Boy renders. We got the Rock's Cape. We have a double jump. I forgot that was even in this game. So now we can cross triple gaps. Woo! Might be faster to just die. It's just... Yeah, let's see what this is. Still don't have a key. Yeah, be deep. Be deep. Alright, so let's figure out where the key is. Because as usual, it's probably something simple. Okay, that's actually a bit of a trip. Perfect. Wrong franchise, Phil Pangolin. Wrong franchise, no! Yeah, dang it. But yeah, if you're wondering why the feather had a level 1 by it, that's why. Now we have the level 2 feather. Oh, we've been in this dungeon for a while, haven't we? Like, at least 30 minutes, probably longer. It's okay, the next dungeon's even bigger. Next one, I believe, is the Sword and Shield dungeon. Because apparently we're just playing Pokemon now. I love moments like these. I have an idea of where I'm going, but I don't know where that thing is. Actually, I've seen batteries not included. Here. It's the little alien bots helping out with the everyday folk, right? That's the one. Okay, here we go. This is where I want to be. There's a scene I've always remembered, if that's the film I'm thinking of, where the dude's trying to build tile on the floor. And one of the little alien bots comes over and helps him by pressing one of the tiles into the floor with him. Pretty cute. Might not be the film you're thinking of. Okay, it is the film you're thinking of. So here's the funny thing. How long do you think it's been since I've seen that film? (1986). I don't even remember the overall plot of the film, other than the fact that, you know, there's UFOs. That is a blast from the past film right there. I remember it so distinctly because the night in which I first ever played Super Mario Bros. 1, I was staying over the night at my dad's, and that was specifically the night when I watched that film. So it's pretty strong in my memory anyways because of the association with Mario 1. These guys weak to the boomerang? Because that would help. Nope. Of course not. Come here. No, I've got it on. It's right there. I have the Rang ring, the red ring, and the irrelevant ring. So, the guy at the shop, every single time you leave the shop, says you have to equip a ring for it to count. And I'm like, yeah, That's why I have to put it in my ring box. So I made sure to have all 3 rings in my ring box to make sure that I had them equipped. I'm reasonably certain, as of this moment in time in Oceans, that I have played through this game twice without ever equipping a single ring ever. Because you never interact with this screen. This screen is just here for informative. This is your quest items and how many, collectibles you have, and showing you which rings you have equipped. So, I just... So we have just doubled our damage. Apparently, I didn't need them the last 2 times in Oceans. Oh my god. Oh, I can't even. I can't even. You know, it's funny you say that, Dakota. So, one of those rings I have equipped right now is the ring that prevents me from... well, sorry, no, actually unequipped it. But earlier I had a ring that prevents me from getting affected by quicksand. Now, I was still being affected by quicksand, but I was like, oh, okay, I guess it just reduces it or something. Or maybe it doesn't work at all. And that was pretty much the full extent of the thought process there. Yeah, I'm sorry. But that probably qualifies as a negative. That is astonishingly unintuitive. Or yeah, exactly, Arspruce. It's like, okay, you know what, fine. Yeah, apparently this is also news to me now. You can only equip 1 ring at a time. I thought you could equip... So I thought the whole point... Why does this exist? Why does this exist? I thought the whole point of having the ring box, and by the way, upgrading the ring box, was to increase how many rings you have equipped at a time. Because when you start off, you only have like the 1 ring, and then you get 2, and then you get 3 as you upgrade the box. Cool. That makes sense, right? Just like in any other Zelda game, or hell, half the RPGs in the universe, as you do side quests, you get upgrades which allow you to have more kit. So, the whole reason I've been so specific to make sure that I have each of these 3 rings on is because I wanted all 3 of these rings equipped. Now, in Oceans, of course, brings up the obvious. If I had equipped, if I had put into my ring box, any of the transformation rings, then I would have realized instantly it wasn't working. I already have several. One turns you into a Subrosion, one turns you into a Moblin, and I think I have a 3rd one at this point. An Octorok, I want to say. And I would have noticed instantly, but of course, why would I ever use any of those? So I didn't. This also means that there's almost no point in getting the blue ring. I actually said this yesterday. I can't wait to get the blue ring, which we'll get in ages, because that way we'll have the red and the blue ring, which reduces the damage you take and increases the damage you dealt. Sweet, but you can only have 1 equipped at a time, so that's useless. We will never unequip the red ring for the rest of both games now, because you can only equip 1. Usually in games, when you do 2 appearance effects at the same time, Henson, one just has priority over the other. It's usually the list. Like in programming terms, they make a list of transformation effects, and whatever's at the top of the list has highest priority. So if you do this one and this one is the one that shows up. WoW is a perfectly good example of that, but that's true in a lot of games. Paper Mario does that as well. I'm a little gobsmacked. Let me triple check here. I can only equip one, right? Yeah, no, I can only equip one. So wait, you're telling me, Pillow Willow, that you've been following me on accident? That makes so much sense. Yeah, this explains a lot. This explains so much. I have to sit and process how many negatives this is, because let's be clear, that's negatives. I mean, even having to only equip 2 or 3 rings at a time would make a degree of sense. That's a normal limitation. The limitation usually exists because rings are overpowered, and so they want to limit how many overpowered things you can equip at a time. D&D, right? But, like, even ignoring that, even if I accepted that, you could still equip more than one ring. In WoW, you can equip 2 rings. In Neverwinter Nights, you can equip 2 rings. I can understand a little bit why upgrading the box gives you more options on the fly. But unfortunately, as Joluto just pointed out, there's really no purpose in equipping anything else other than the red ring. It just straight doubles the sword damage. Okay. There are a few helpful ones, like the quicksand one I just mentioned. There's one that prevents it so that cracked floors won't break onto you. There's the blue ring. Obviously, there's the green ring, if you can get that. The green ring is actually pretty good. It increases your defense and your damage. However, you can only get it through RNG. I don't think the equip is really the negative here, because if it was just one ring at a time, that wouldn't bother me. The problem is, I didn't have any rings equipped. When I played this game in 2001, I didn't have any rings equipped. When I played this game for the Rumination, however many years ago, I didn't have any rings equipped. I can't, I'm still trying to get over the fact that that's a thing, because everything about this. Let me really process this for a second. Everything about this design-wise is wrong. First of all, the game actually gives you the ability to upgrade your ring box, which gives you the impression of having more rings accessed at a time, and therefore, that's the kind of thing that's a good thing. It's an upgrade. Second of all, you actually have to go to the ring appraiser to equip your rings, to put them into your box. So having to go back to town to change your rings around means, once again, there's an inclination that those are the rings you have equipped. Third point, the screen in which you can equip the rings, which they even tell you this is the screen that shows you which rings you have equipped, is the screen that's the interface screen for, like, quest items. In other words, this is the screen you don't interact with. And fourth and finally, nothing anywhere indicates you can click down there and hit A and equip a ring. Nothing that this does indicates that that's a thing. And no other item functions that way. This has to be at least 2 negatives for info in game and for interface, because there's too much design on display that completely pushes the player in the opposite direction. Someone clip that, please. I try to get that under 60 seconds. Because, wow. What he says, Noctis, and I remember this because I know what you're talking about, is make sure to equip the ring. Rings do nothing if they're not equipped. Which makes sense. You have to put them in the ring box for them to be equipped, right? And you have to talk to him to put them into the ring box. And he says that every time you stop appraising. So you appraise the rings, but now you have to equip them by putting them in the box. Perfectly logical. Please don't report this stream, Yura. I don't need any issues right now in my life. Please. Oh god, now Yura's holding me hostage. Alright, yes, Yura, fine. Mega Man is super cute and, like, adorable, even though he's not. I changed my mind. This is 3 negatives. Hear me out. The one I have on right now, Jax, yeah. Interestingly enough, I agree with Anosians. I think one change would remove all 3 negatives. I think one change would remove 2 of those negatives. Hear me out. Imagine we've gone to the ring appraiser. He's like, hey, here's your rings. And I'm like, yes, I want to put these rings in my box. He's like, no problem. And he puts the rings in your box. And then when you pull out the box, when you pull up this screen, there's an E on one of the rings and not an E on the other ring. That's it. That one change fixes this. Because the moment you look at this screen, it's immediately intuited, ah, that's the one I have equipped, and I can only equip one. That will then lead the player to try and click down there, which will lead them to figure out how to swap rings. Done. One minuscule change, and these negatives go away. Thank you for the clips. I'll figure out which one works best later. I'm apparently not clipped to the game. Yeah, imagine if this is Lord of the Rings. Launch the ring into the fire. Destroy it! But I have it equipped. What? No, you don't have the ring equipped. How do you know that? Well, you're not invisible, first of all. That's a good point. But I have the ring on. No, you have to have the E symbol on the ring. Well, how do I get the E symbol on the ring? Okay, go in your menu. Okay, now click select. All right, now click down. What? Why would I click down? Just click down. Oh my god! I can interact with my rings. All right, now hit A on one of them. You're invisible. I did it. Yay! Now what? We'll take it off so I can kill you and put the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. Why would I do that? Anyways, This is the One Ring. Have an instruction manual. That's true, Jiggly. You know what? Obviously, it doesn't count for the review. Manuals do not count for review. But in the interest of fairness, let's look this up. Let's see if it was in the manual. You're probably thinking, well, why did you read the manual back in the day? This game came out in 2001. This was well into the buying used games phase of my life. Most games I bought didn't come with manuals or boxes. The subscreens change items and review quest progress. When an item is selected, the name of the item will display the description. You can switch items by pressing A and B on the items screen. Items will be added to the screen as you find them. You can set items to the A and B button on this screen as well. If you press select, this screen shows Zora's flippers and magic potions, which are used automatically. On this screen, you can also choose which rings you'll wear. Not super indicative. That's still not very clear. But that is something. And it's also worth noting the image they show does have a little E on one of the rings. That would give that away. Firmly. And if we scroll down to page 35... Where's page 35? Here we go. You'll carry your rings in a ring box. To put the ring in the ring box, talk to Vasu, choose list to see all your rings. Next, select a ring you want to carry with you and press A on the ring inside the box. The ring's powers are only effective when you wear it. Select the ring you want to wear on the quest status screen. That's much more clear. So you're right. It is in the manual. Wow. Negative to gameplay. All right, so moving on. Where was I? I believe we were low health beta leaping. Last check. What did I just get? Again, what amuses me the most is it would be such a minuscule change necessary. Such a tiny little change necessary to intuit that in the game itself. Alright, hang on. Well, it's the only metric available, Jiggly's Veins. I know that some people argue that I should judge games based on when they came out, but that's a losing man's game right there. At that point, there's no reason to even review games at all, which, of course, is something a lot of people say I should do. Oh, speaking of which, I got a comment recently. Check this out. I've gotten comments for years from people who say that I should focus on ruminations, right? But I've never gotten a comment that so overtly told me how wrong and stupid I am. This exact comment said, you should quit streaming, you should quit doing shorts, you should go back to just making talking head videos. I've never in my career had someone so overtly just flat out say, quit streaming. I was honestly kind of impressed. Yeah, very straightforward. Did I ask this person's opinion? Yeah, it's my underpaid advisor, obviously. I need to give that person a raise. That's what I need to do. Alright, where was that? That was this way, I think? God, hang on. I should double its salary. I guess so, Jiggly Saint. I know that I'm not the latest with the kids. My fellow youth. I do find it interesting how many streamers are much younger than me. Obviously, that's not a universal thing, but most of the big names, yeah, they're like 10, 15, or 20 years younger than I am. I don't know if that's really relevant, it's just interesting to think about. I've seen some good female streamers. There's some good ones out there. Including Sasha Grey. Of all people. She's cool, though. I'll always give her praise. I think it's this way. Now that we got that key. I've noticed over the years that people just like to give advice. I don't really begrudge them that, because I understand the desire for that, for lack of a better way to put it. It's very normal. So, no judgment, really. See, I'm not really saying I disagree, Subcon. It's just, I don't know. I get it. Okay, that was interesting. Oh, his advice is always welcome. Velcro plate. You're right, Mr. Red. I don't know what I was thinking. Thank you for showing me the light, sir. Whoop! God dang it. Aw, that was almost perfect. It's okay, he'll never watch MLP, Ross. He's gonna be stuck in Season 1 forever, watching the crap episodes. The junk episodes that deserve to be deleted! Let me ask you something weird. I know this is a little out of nowhere. But... how many of you think it is reasonable to presume that, yeah, let's say you have children. Congrats! You're a parent. How many of you presume it to be, whoa, let's try that again. A given that your children will financially take care of you in your old age. Mini boss time. Will you break our curse, or will we break you? The reason I bring it up, something Lordad will not let go of, is the idea that I have to support him and his wife in their old age. It's kind of hard to explain how much that bothers me. Because, yeah, first of all, support him with what? I can't afford to have my own place. I am reliant on the charity of others to survive. I don't have a real job, as the saying goes. I'm not sure where exactly he thinks all those millions are going to come from. Second of all, I don't know. Presumptiveness bothers me in many cases. I don't know. If I was hanging out with Savaka and we go out to dinner and I go ahead and pay for the bill, that's cool. That's normal. I just do it. She's thankful. We're cool. End statement. Nice dinner had. It was sushi, by the way. If we go out and she says, "You're paying for dinner, of course," that suddenly starts to bother me a little bit. Now, hang on. To really put this into, I got 1 rupee. Yay! To really put this into perspective, imagine if instead Savacom regularly, like, in every major interaction I have with her, is like, "So you're paying for dinner, right? When we go out to dinner in a week, you're paying for dinner? You're gonna be paying for dinner, right?" because I've pretty much never had a major dialogue with him that does not involve him saying, "You're going to be financially supporting us when we're older." So... yeah, I mean, streamers, this goes back to what we were talking about, the banking thing. Streamers just have all those buco bucks, you know? There we go. Well, that doesn't help, but I guess I needed to go here anyways, whatever. You like that noise, right, Chilpangle? That's what I'm here for. And yeah, the other thing, children are not a retirement plan. Would I like to support people in my old age? Yeah. I'd like to support people now, actually. That'd be kind of nice. I have multiple people I would like to be able to financially help out. But, like... that was Rantoff. Give me my key. Yep, it's time to become a hot tub streamer. Sorry, everybody. We all knew the signs. Don't worry. I'll kneel down in a bikini and stick my butt way up in the air like I'm a cat. Because that's the current meta. Why didn't you jump? It is a cape, Blade Javal. It's functionally the upgrade to the feather, aka a double jump. Honestly, just go looking for clips. It's probably one of the most recommended clips right now, Hira. It's a relatively unattractive woman in a bikini. Oh, and a second woman in a bikini shows up. She's a little bit more attractive. But she just shows up to show proper technique. Why do you keep not jumping? Okay. No, I caught that in Oceans, but the problem is I'm trying to get up so I could get to the other side and do the one at the bottom first. But I apparently can't make that happen? And so I am confused. Any game that has a bar on it is not funded. Bizarre. Any game that is in the upcoming list is funded. There you go. That's it. Jesus. Cool. Oh my god, game. My god, we've been in this dungeon for an hour. Someone please kill me. I've even used a walkthrough a few times. Why are these dungeons so long? God damn it.
God.
Cheating doesn't help. The problem is everything just takes too long. Like, even the puzzle I just did, I knew exactly what to do and how to do it immediately, but it's just... everything takes so long. I've been using a walkthrough it several times. It's really funny, because this isn't exactly a long series of games, but yeah. Just... we're not even at the last dungeon. We're not even the second to last dungeon. Okay, so since obviously it's not the solution, let's just Google it. That's why we have the walkthrough right here. Maybe Sonic 3, because I never have. I think it's the only Genesis game I really want to play, though. Yeah, let me equip my croissant. Zelda 1, mostly. And it's funny you ask that. Considering. I'll explain why in a second. So, Zelda 1, right? Yeah, I was a little bit too fast that time. Good news is it's actually not a huge run back. Like some of the dungeons in this game, which have some pretty bad run backs. This one's mostly just hitting these over and over. In fact, I might actually hit these vases. They might have something worth a darn. So I assume by chiptunes you mean 8-bit and 16-bit, as well as arguably 14-bit. Or, sorry, 4-bit. 4-bit. I love that kind of music. Most of my favorite music of all time is of that variety. So there's the phase 2. That is a really long stun. We're doing double damage, so this is off. We have the power of life! Yeah, it's weird how that works out, Blade Roll. Wait until we get to the next game, and we'll be hitting for, like, an insane amount of damage. Yeah, I would agree. Chiptunes are usually harder to make good. And I mean that. It's too easy for a 8-bit song in particular to be bad. Piercing or frustrating, right? 1 second. I can demonstrate this very, very quickly. I hate to use the obvious examples, but just give me a moment. So there's this song, right? It's not a bad song. But you can see how it's just not quite there. It's very simplistic. Doesn't quite know what it's doing. And the note placement is very strange, and the instrument placement is arguably terrible. For a bit of contrast, immediately you could tell the notes are less piercing. First and most obvious thing. Second of all, the sine waves have been pulled down a little bit, so the angle is different. Graphics look a lot better too, but that's neither here nor there. Now, I'm not trying to overpraise, but you can see how much more design went into the construction of this song. Same franchise, same composers, hell, just a few years apart even. Same console too, so same limitations. But yeah, if we're gonna go for the jugular on this one, we need to go for this. Probably one of the best songs on the original Game Boy. No joke. I don't even remember how good or bad of a game this is. I just remember the songs. Notice how it's actually using specific sine waves that complement each other. So when both are playing as a chord, it makes a better note, rather than things that contrast each other or otherwise cause irritation, screeching, or piercing problems. So you see what I mean? It's easier to screw up and it's harder to do well, so I tend to value that whenever it's done in such a manner. My opinion. Anyways. That goes true for modern versions, regardless of older versions. There's some really good Mega Man music on the Game Boy, but I couldn't play it for you quickly because it's mostly the optional bosses. Let me just drop my controller. That's a great thing to do there. The seed of life has given me new strength. I have no dreams. It's somewhere in the world. Are you seriously not going to give me any guidance whatsoever on the next dungeon? Go find it in the world is the advice you're giving me? I mean, it's obviously up there because default, but really? That's true. It's in this plane of reality. Somewhere. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. We could reduce our sword damage by 2, but increase the damage taken. Or, excuse me, reduce damage taken by 2. That sounds useful, right? Right? Sorry, I'm looking something up. I just want to clarify something really quick, and I'm in trouble finding it. Shut up. This is taking longer than it should. It's always fun when that's a thing that happens. That's this game in a nutshell. Yeah. Here we go. Finally. This is what I was wondering. So, for a bit of perspective, right now we are doing 6 damage per swing. In the next game, because of the upgrade we'll be able to get, thanks to the linked game, we will start doing 10 damage per swing. That's going to help. Orchestral is actually in a similar problem act, because it's really easy for orchestral music to sound generic. Like, really, really easy, because a lot of orchestral songs follow the same overall patterns, motifs, and instrument choices. After the ring, Jesse's Mask. Counting the ring. Okay, where are we going? Blah, 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 blue. Blues, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, sorry, Jesse's Mask. One. Thanks. Shoot, I was just looking at it. I've already lost it. Ah, you killed me, Jesse's Mask. Hang on. So the level 1 sword does 2 damage. The noble sword does 3, and the master sword does 5 normally. There we go. I just answered that, Noctis. I'm not answering it again. I refuse. We're done. Ah, scent seeds. So useful. Hi, Maple. I'm done with you. Go away. I know, I'm just poking fun, Noctis. I apologize. That's a really good question. I hope the Minish Caps. I don't know why I said that. I hope the Oracle. I hope Minish Cap scores better than the Oracle's games. There we go. Jesus. But I have very few memories, Lionel's, of Minish Cap. I just remember it beating the crap out of me. So we'll see how that goes. Also, there's a certain mechanic in those games which kinda sucks. Yeah, the only thing I ever had to look up on Minish Cap was the... I can't remember what it's called. The combiner things, right? Hey, I've got this and then it fits this pattern. What do you got? That thing. If you're wondering what just happened, I'm an idiot. So I wanted to use the speed seed. The speed seed is the same color as the teleport seed and a very similar sprite. So I was thinking, aha, I have the speed seed equipped. No problem, I'll just use it. That was my first mistake. So I teleported, but then the second mistake happens. And the second mistake was the fact that you could abort a teleport, which I forgot about until after I already accepted the teleport. So that's on me twice, actually. This time. You know, I don't know, Noctis. We can test that when we're done with this. I don't want to have to redo this. Again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I'm like 90% certain I had to use a walkthrough to figure out how to do what I just did. In fact, if you're paying attention, I almost just didn't do that. I almost just tried to BS it with the sprint and the cape, which I'm pretty sure you can't do, at least not unless you're really good at the game. Time, of course, not. Oh, alright. Yeah, I'm not buying that Zelda set. Favorite Zelda enemy? Let me think on that. Question for the chat. What's your favorite Zelda enemy across the whole franchise? If you answer Wall Masters, then you're fired. I was actually thinking Dark Nuts as well, especially in Ocarina. They're fun in Ocarina. Even if you don't bullcrap them. Or I guess even if you do bullcrap them. Sorry. They're very handy, Arspers. So now there's lava. Cool. I don't really remember the Dark Nuts in Wind Waker. I am also one of those weirdos who actually kind of likes fighting those jackasses in Zelda 2. because I am legally insane. I also like the dark nuts in Twilight Princess, while we're on the subject. The clams. Oh my god, screw the clams. I'm gonna pull off my iron boot and beat them to death. My favorite boss? Oh, that's tough. There's a lot of good bosses. Like a lot. Finals. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess, especially the HD version, is gonna pretty much kill it on Brickwork. I'm not sure any Zelda game will surpass it. The only possibilities are Four Swords Adventures and Link Between Worlds, I'd say. One moment, Czar. I just don't want to lose my place. Give me just a second here. You know, for all the issues I have with it, the Sky Temple boss in Twilight Princess is certainly up there. Lionels. Actually, fun fact, Lionels, specifically from Breath of the Wild, are in the running for some of my favorite enemy design. I think I'm still going to go Dark Nuts, though. Or Iron Knuckles, whatever you want to call them. They're kind of the same thing. Knights. Oh my god, this is actually taking longer than I thought it would. Okay, now that I'm in a clear and defined spot, thank you, Czar, as always. I will jot that down. For Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, Mercenaries Playground of Destruction, Siphon Filter Omega Strain. Appreciate you, Czar. Alright. Who's ready for level 8? This dungeon's huge. We might be here in a minute. Sword and shield. Nope, I'm gonna start a timer. I actually want to see how much time we spend in this dungeon. No exaggerations, no anything. Let's just do it. Now, I'm going to just straight up use the walkthrough this time, too, because this is kind of something I'm curious about as well. I've been glancing at the walkthrough a lot, but I'm just going to use the walkthrough this time. What is the current speedrun record for Sword and Shield? Anybody know? One moment, Judo Joker. I just said I'm going to start a timer. Judo Joker's like, perfect time! Let me pause the timer here. Thank you, Judo Joker, for the sub. As always, appreciate the sabotage. I should do that. So that's Persona 4 R, Persona 5 R, and the Pixel Remasters. You got it. Four hours. Wow, that's actually really impressive for a game that monumentally huge. Yeah, I know, Zar. There's no difference, really. It just makes it easier for me to keep track on the paperwork side of things. Let me kill you. Let me kill you. I mean, Persona 4 Golden is a remaster and or remake and or port, is it not? If so, then it is Persona 4R. Oh, it'll never get funded, Melkor. What? Oh, okay. You like ice physics, right? Right? Why don't you like ice physics? It's okay, there's another type of physics in this particular dungeon, which we'll get to when we get there. Magnetism is a type of physics. That's not hard to agree with. Wait, they're making another Persona 4 remaster remake thing? Jesus Christ, what is this, Last of Us 2? Look, I'm in favor of remakes, really, but can we, like, not go hog wild on that? Yeah, okay, I accept that. Oh yeah, Wallmasters, by the way, in their worst incarnations. Why didn't you double jump there? Why didn't you double jump there? That was just confusing. Twice. I can't say anything. FF10 has had too many re-releases, too. And only the most recent one is actually worth a damn. There's a reason I called it the hardly different version for a long time. So there's our other type of physics. Lava! Sure, game. How many versions of FF4 are there? Well, it depends on how you count. But the answer is, oh my god, a lot. So let's see. We've got the original Japanese version. We've got the Japanese easy type. I'm gonna die on this stupid screen because I can't do diagonal jumps to save my life. Literally. We're only comparing 3 versions because that going past that would be crazy. I don't understand why my jump isn't working correctly. Last dungeon. SNES original, SNES easy type, English SNES. I hate those stupid magnet enemies. Yeah, this is death right here, unless these have hearts. PS1, GBA, mobile, PSP, DS, PC, slightly different version of DS, Pixel Remaster. I think that's all the major ones. However many I just listed. I think I missed a couple, but whatever. There is a GBA version of FF4. It has some extra content, which is actually, if you saw my conversation in Square Enix's channel recently, in my opinion, the best extra content of any FF game. The question was if you could save the extra content from any FF game, which one would you pick? And I picked the GBA version. It is on the Melkor. It's on the GBA. 4, 5, and 6 are on the GBA. Possibly a noble name, but honestly, I don't think it was ever past the pre-planning stages. Projects go through a lot of phases. Like right now, I'm in pre-planning on the Star Wars remake, or the Star Wars rewrite, but like we're nowhere near actually being in production status for that, right? So pre-planning can last a while, and then there's pre-production after pre-planning. But yeah, the major changes in FF4 GBA is, first of all, at the end of the game, you can actually choose your party. So you could bring a party of Edward and Yong, and I don't have my shield equipped. And, you know, Cecil and Rosen or whatever else to the final dungeon if you want to. You're probably thinking, but they suck. Well, valid. I can't argue against that. But then they add optional dungeons which give end-game gear for each of those characters, making them on parity with the actual endgame stuff. So that's cool. But then there's the actual super optional dungeon, which is mostly just a super optional dungeon. But it does have a few small interesting narrative tidbits, like Kane's section, which is kind of awesome. So, probably the best of all the optional content of the FFs, like I said. Yeah, leveled up Edward is actually a death machine. It's kind of funny. Remember these things? The banes of our existence? He's Magikarp in that game. He ends up absolutely destroying stuff when you get his endgame gear and get him leveled. Because they changed his stat growth. In the original, his stat growth just stops at a certain level because no one was ever supposed to level him past like 30 or something like that. But in this version, they add a stat chart for him. And yeah, he gets much stronger. You cannot chill Pangolin. The only thing you can do is change the angle at which you approach it. And if you screw up, sucks to be you. Someone's grilling today. No, I don't think it's weird that I can smell that. You're weird. How'd you eat it, Yura? Let me phrase that differently. How did you cook it to eat it? That'd be nice, Savacon, but I doubt it. Mayo! Ugh. Negative 15 rep points. Listen, only crazy people like mayo. Which would actually explain a lot about your subway experiences. No, I apparently am right. I just have to be quicker about this, I guess? Okay, or slower, apparently. There we go. Jesus. Alright, alright. But they know what happened last time, right, Spartan? Right? Like, people died. Got a new controller. Woohoo! Yes, we've learned from the tragedy. We will ensure that these people have peace, prosperity, in my new empire of Titanic. The whole new empire? I mean, that's pretty normal, Yura. Rich people have this weird problem where they try to figure out what to do with their money, and it's honestly kind of pathetic, and I have absolutely no sympathy for them whatsoever. Screw them. You know a quote that has always stuck with me for, like, God, like 10, 15 years now, something like that? It's from Batman Begins. I forget the exact wording. Bruce Wayne goes to confront the head mobster of Gotham, and he just spits on him. Just spits on him. You know, you've never tasted desperate. You know what it's like to be hungry. Go on, get out of here, kid. Like, he just has so much disdain for him because of, and the implications that come along with that he actually did probably drag himself up from the bottom. And that's why he acts the way he does, why he is crude and coarse as he is. It's because he wasn't born with the golden spoon in his mouth, right? But that line, you've never tasted desperate, that stuck with me. This game came out in 2001, okay. Nope, this is right, hang on. Yeah, okay, I think I remember this exact spot, because if I didn't do what I'm doing right now, I would have to retrace most of the dungeon to be able to redo it. Because that one small key. Because, see, the thing is, you have to get these platforms into a specific position for them to go the way they want you to. Which means you have to redo entire swaths of the dungeon. So... I like eggs in general. I think the only way I don't like eggs is like when you just have the solid egg and you just bite into it like that. I forget what that's called, if that's hard-boiled, soft-boiled, or just boiled, but that's the only way I don't like eggs. Right, doesn't work on those. Whatever. But it works on those. Well, I'm not a big fan of raw eggs. Hey, Blood God. Woo. But yeah, Batman Begins. I actually rather like that film. I do think the second one is better. Lore shock. But I enjoyed that first film more than I thought I would. I will say this, hard-boiled eggs are much better if you have salt. Just... Although, you could say that about a lot of things, so I don't know how much credit they get for that. Where's my... There they are. I'm probably biased because I've actually done an analysis of the second film, Spartan. Not on camera, I did it for a friend. But when you dig into that film, there's some stuff. Yeah, my brother-in-law described salt wonderfully. He said it's an augmenter of existing flavor. That's not literally true, but... Exactly, Ross. That's why pretty much every recipe ever includes at least a little bit of salt. Just a little. Not like Dark Souls levels of salt. If I ever really need salt, I'll just say, Dark Souls should have an easy mode. I've never had truffle salt. I can't speak to that. Actually, what I think is Dark Souls should have proper difficulty modes, which would include both hard and easy. But, you know, I think that about most games, ever, so the hell do I know. If we have to hit League of Legends salt, then that's when we bring out the bile. Oh, that sounds good, Ross. Cool. Saltiest gamer I've ever met. You, Mr. Red. Although someone accused me of being that, so I suppose that's technically me. That was an alright boss, although it helped that I knew what I was doing because I have a walkthrough. I'm gonna be honest. Wait until he flips modes, pull out a mystery seed, shoot the icicles with the mystery seed, pick up the icicles, and then throw them at the boss when he goes back to fire is probably not something that would have occurred to me. Just gonna be very honest about that. So you like ice block puzzles, right? Right? We'll talk about this again when it comes to Ocarina. Wait, no, that's... I've already screwed up. I've already screwed up. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, everything's ice. Everything's ice. Why is everything ice? Don't answer that question. Okay. damn it. Frickin' god. Ah! Hi, Primarch. That's actually a really lucky drop. I'll take it. Not gonna complain. Thanks, Keys. Appreciate you. Any healing? There's a lot of pots in this dungeon. It's kind of weird. Most of them do not, are spruce, but there's not really a lot of an indicator as to what moves and what doesn't. You kind of just have to know. Okay, boss key. Surely we're getting towards the end. Surely, surely. You know, that's a good point, Melkor. Sorry, neck. I found a new way to pop my neck, and it's actually been really nice, but it does have the consequence of needing to pop my neck periodically. Supposedly this is randomized. Nope, damn it. Yep, nope, there's your random. Oh, Jesus. I'm not gonna remember that. Yeah, They really like their longer dungeons. I've been thinking about that. I don't want to keep comparing this game to Ocarina, but you know how long an average dungeon is in Ocarina? If you're taking your time and getting everything? About 30 minutes. Now, there's some exceptions there, obviously, but that's also an average, so there's quite a few dungeons that take less than 30 minutes. And, yeah, we're already past that. Go away. Damn it, really? Worst dungeon in Zelda history. Well, fortunately, the CDI games are not Zelda games, so that's easy. Yeah, Link to the Past dungeons are much faster. There's a reason the LTTP Theater is like, what, an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes, something like that? For the whole game. Now, I did cut out some of the overworld travel, but still. It's only like maybe 10 minutes chopped there. So, worst dungeon in any Zelda game. You know, honestly, Zelda 1, second quest, level 6. I don't know what they were smoking when they designed that. Also, level 9 from Zelda 1 Second Quest. The king of wasting your time. The number of one-way... So... I'm trying to think how to describe this. Imagine for a moment you're going through a dungeon and you've screwed up. No problem, right? You just backtrack and fix it. But imagine if backtracking means trying to reset most of the dungeon in order to get back to where you were. And that's just... Honestly, that's second quest in general, but that's especially level 9 second quest. Admittedly, this is a little bit of low-hanging fruit here, but honestly, my god. It's like Walker over there. Walker's awesome, but even he acknowledges that second quest is second quest. Exactly, Multiblade. It's actually one of the biggest reasons why the Water Temple does suck in Ocarina. Now, it is overblown, because memes, but the Water Temple does objectively do something wrong, and it is exactly what I just said. Having to reset so much of the dungeon if you make a mistake towards the end. Because, like, if you've done the Water Temple, you know what I'm talking about. You raise the water over here, then here, then here, and then you do a few things. But if you screw up around here, and you fall, or you end up, like, messing up a thing, or you have to get a thing, or you don't have a key, you have to go back to the Downum, reset the state of pretty much the entire dungeon, and then redo all of those steps to get back to the place you're at after you've now gotten the key. It's pure backtracking, and it's something I've complained about before. In this very game we're playing right now. It's not as bad in this game, weirdly enough, but we have encountered that in several dungeons. I don't enjoy that when it comes to dungeon design. I don't enjoy backtracking, forcing a reset, or rather a retread of the dungeon because of the state. Thank you, Walker, very, very much. And yes, I paused the timer, before you ask. Of course I did. I want to be accurate. Yeah, the water... There are several issues with the water dungeon, but most of those are fixed in the 3DS version. The little lines they add showing where the water-changing things are, and the fact that the water-changing things indicate very clearly what they change and how, cool. The fact that you can swap between the boots very quickly, cool. The forced backtracking, because of the problems I just mentioned, not cool. That's still why the water dungeon does still have problems. Chain echoes, gravity circuit, and the Kingdom Hearts block. You got it, Walker. Thank you. Having said that, if I had to pick the worst 3D dungeon, well, let me check my notes here, because I'm pretty sure I gave 3 negatives. Yeah, I did. So, no, I gave 4 negatives for that. Yeah, so, Water Temple, Master Quest. It has all of the same problems of the Water Temple, and then just someone pulled a big old bucket of bullcrap and just went, whoop. And that's the Water Temple Master Quest. Just... Where's my freaking walkthrough so I can get through this dungeon? I lost the walkthrough. For real, where's the walkthrough? Marvel ads. Listen, Frisco, I'm not here to judge you for constantly watching Marvel movies. It's okay. It's okay. We're okay with Marvel movies. If you're okay with Marvel movies, we're okay with Marvel movies. It's doubly funny because, like, I haven't streamed anything Marvel related anytime, like, at all recently. I already did that, okay. Honestly, I would probably have to wait until I go through the reviews to really answer that properly, Ross. Having said that, I mean, that is the best Marvel film, Briscoe. If you forced me to pick my least favorite by memory, like, it's tough to pick, because we already talked about that with Skyward, or, sorry, not Skyward, sorry, Twilight. Because I like all the Twilight dungeons. That's true, I could pick Breath of the Wild. Camel was my least favorite. Because, and I'm going to explain specifically why. I'm trying to completely drown it out, Spartan. The reason why Camel pissed me off so much was because I was just staring at it going, duh, for an unfortunately long period of time. Just feeling extraordinarily lost and having no idea what to do. Until... what the hell? Until I figured out what to do. Like, I know it sounds so stupid, but there was just a huge period of, huh? When it came to that dungeon. And then I was like, oh, wait, yeah, okay. I get it. And from that point on, the rest of the dungeon was smooth. What? Okay, hold on. I think I missed a step. I think I'm off the walkthrough. We're off the rails. Alright, hold on. I think I would agree with Bird being my favorite. It's funny because we did it first, so I had a couple of issues with it. And it still had, well, it did still have issues, I'm not going to lie. But overall, it was the smoothest. There's only one point in the whole dungeon where I felt irritated, and it was for a very brief period of time. Because I was literally just looking at the dungeon wrong. Could you, like, not exist, please? Thank you. Appreciate you. Flaming Keys. I cannot believe we're not the boss yet. We got the boss key how long ago? Over 10 minutes ago now, I can tell you, because I've got a timer going. Oh no. Okay, I think I can fix that. I think I can fix this. A least favorite Zelda song. Probably the Vanilla Dungeon song in Zelda 1. I would also accept the Shrine song from Breath of the Wild as an answer to that question. Aw, that sucks, Shadow Machine. You got this, though. Hang on. It's just here. Okay, whatever, game. So I know I'm not very talkative when I'm straight up using a walkthrough. This is one of the biggest reasons why I try not to do that. Because it's really easy to lose my place in the walkthrough when I'm paying attention to everything at the same time. For once, this is a decent walkthrough. It's the one on Zelda Dungeon. I think I'm in the same boat, actually, Malcore Blade. I think that if I didn't have to listen to it for, like, 90% of the gameplay, I probably would like that song better. God damn it, game. Come on. Well, I think I lied to you, Federation Builder, because, honestly, I cannot, off the top of my head, think of any situation in which Squiggity would ever get a positive. Like, maybe an entire game centered around the idea of Squiggity being your movement method, like you play a slime. I don't know. That's about all I got. Or a game like Trine, where the jank is kind of the point. We're almost there. We're almost at the boss. Oh my god. We're almost there. Imagine getting to this point of the game and not having one small key, by the way. And then thinking, where the hell is the small key? Because I'm like 90% certain that's exactly what happened to me the last time I played this. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a Medusa for you. And that took us, with a walkthrough for every screen, 45 minutes. Lore! You already have the 8th essence. The changing seasons have filled me with my former power. I have something to give you. Come see me. Well, okay. That's true, Frisco. I get to play more game. "45 minutes, Savacom." Yeah, so real quick, I'm looking at all my Zelda songs here. I have... How many is this? I didn't say. Several... Looks like about 20-ish Oracle of Ages songs. Guess how many Oracle of Seasons songs I held on to for my Zelda playlist? One of which we haven't heard yet. Here, let's get some real classic music going here. Give me a sec. I need to check a few things. That's what I'm here for, a noble name. By the way, another good example of how to use 8-bit music properly. This isn't even like the best 8-bit music. This is just like something better. I mean, you want to hear some banging 8-bit music? Give me a sec. I'll show you some banging 8-bit music. From game you've never heard of. Oscar, Shadow Machine. Speaking of Oracle of Ages, this is on random. There you go. By the way, Journey to Silius was what that was from. I don't know how good the game is, but it's got a banger soundtrack. Okay, this is a little too high-pitched. So we'll have to listen to this one. It's easy to prove it's on one. I'm here. Watch. Here's my left hand. I'm just going to tap right. Next song. That's Punch Out. That's Shovel Knight. That's Contra. That's Ninja Gaiden. That's TMNT. That's TMNT. That's Mario Odyssey. That's Mega Man. I can prove it. Although speaking of good 8-bit music, can I just say it always weirds me out that people conflate 8-bit and 16-bit as one type of music? And if you don't understand the significance of that, hang on a sec. That would make this and this the same type of music. That would make this and this the same type of music. No. Highburn. Undertale, I don't think was trying to be 8-bit. I mean that. I think Undertale was just trying to be music and not really focusing in on a style, you know? I mean that. That's my opinion as an analyst, as someone who has analyzed music before. I mean, to put that in a bit of perspective, this is an Undertale song. But then again, so is this. You can tell the difference immediately, and it kind of helps to differentiate things. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sound font and how you use it matters, and I definitely think Toby Fox understands that quite well, which leads to that leitmotif thing. And the answer is no. I actually know people who can't tell when he's using the same motif in his music because of how much he does it differently in many of its iterations. By contrast, in FF13, it's always very clearly the same bit of song. And then you get stuff like this. And let's be clear, it's the drum line and bass line that carry this song. And I mean, while we're here, if I can find it, there it is. No, that's not it. Where is it? There it is. My favorite part about this, we're quite a ways into this song already. 50 seconds. And it's all build-up. In fact, this song is actually only 2 overall sections. Build-up and payoff. And it's half the song is the build-up, and then half the song is the payoff, and then it loops. Look at that. Look at that. You can feel it. I'm doing a bit of research here. Sorry. I'm not just sitting around, I swear. It's something I've been meaning to do, and I figured this is a good time for it since we're about to hit the final dungeon, which isn't super long. That's true, Summicum. I don't think I'm capable. I got stuff to do. Well, the good news is not everyone likes me, Federation Builder. So there's the answer. Where? Okay. Hmm. Okay. So it looks like there's only really one quest and cutscene we get if we do ages before seasons. Everything else is just gear we carry forward. Now, carrying forward gear is cool. I'm with that. So that does still probably deserve a positive for the carry forward connection. The cutscene in question, I was just looking at here, is nice enough, but I don't know. Let me run this by y'all, okay? So there's a character over in Ages called Queen Ambi. She's in the past. And she's looking for a long-lost lover, and she never finds him because he's the pirate captain from this game. He's been dead for, however many years, and she's in the past. But she gets brought into the future. Don't ask how. And when she's here, she meets him, and she's like, "Oh, long lost love, we have found you." And the pirate's like, "Oh, I have found you at long last." Naturally, he then says he immediately has to go out to the sea because he cannot resist his calling as a seafaring man. And she then says, "Of course, I will patiently wait for you on the shore forever." The end. And that's the result and the conclusion of that quest. Question mark? Like, what do y'all think? Yeah, why couldn't she just go with him on the ship? Or why couldn't he just spend some time with her? Like, that's just such a weird way to conclude that. That's such a non-ending of just, what? I'm so confused by that. Just that I'm going to play a song just for you. It does. A lot of this game kind of feels like it was first drafty, which, considering the circumstances, it might actually have been. Lacking in polish. Just a quick intermission. I was thinking about the game link thing, and I wanted to review that as is. I think we could pretty safely lock that in. So let's do that. And we'll actually show you the big cutscene variants we get over in the other one. I think that will be a little bit more positively inclined. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give that a negative. That's crap, and you have to play 2 games to get that cutscene. Okay. Let's get on with this. Oh yeah, sorry, we haven't talked about the music yet. I hate to give a Zelda game made by Capcom music negatives. That feels wrong. Right? Right? Moving on. They made 3, actually, Zara, of which this is the first. No, I agree with that noble name. I have given it 2 negatives. The repetition problem, because of the padding problem. And the quality of the songs, which is just not up to their standards. And more to the point, sucks. If you're going to make music on the Game Boy, make it good. It's possible. I have shown examples of it being possible. I have shown my work on this one. Let's go beat the game. Three hours later. Ah! Let's make sure we're ringed up. Yeah, make sure you start getting your guesses in. Alright, we should probably be playing the in-game soundtrack. I apologize. Behold its glory. You finally gathered all 8 essences of nature. You become a true hero who understands the essences of nature. You are the hope for all that live. Take this seed. You got the huge seed. This should penetrate evil forces. Surely now you can defeat Onyx, the General of Darkness. Who? And free Din, Oracle of Seasons. Who? Remember, and I need to stress this, Onyx has had 2 cutscenes, counting the one that's playing right now, and Din has had 2 cutscenes, counting the one that's playing right now. You're their so-called hero, and their hero's no match for my powers of darkness. Gwahaha. That's it. That's Onyx. And yeah, that's probably going to be a negative, because he is such a nothing burger as to be ridiculous. Why are you even in this game? No, get it out of your system. It's not healthy to keep that in there, Arspruce. If you know what I mean. Onyx. What's Onyx's character? Okay, but like, what's his motivations? Okay, cool. So like, what's he gonna go? Okay. Cool. That's right. The seed must penetrate the darkness. But if you're taking that literally, that means the tree... The tree is... You're right, this is the wrong way. That's just... You know, as I stalled there for a second, like, hang on, what? I am disappointed by this game. Can I just say that? This is a team that's known for making good games. Who were motivated and run by some talented people who would go on to make some very good games. Done in pretty much the heyday, of Nintendo and Capcom collaboration. On a system absolutely pushing it to its limits, to the point where it's almost pushed back an entire console generation. And it's a Zelda game. Zelda games are pretty much supposed to be good. That's how that works. But Ect hit the nail on the head earlier. This game feels long, whether it is or not. It may be Savacom. That may be where we're at. I don't know. All will be for naught. Ho, 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 ho. Damn it, Linnea. Are you shocked? We are Twin Rova, Gerudo witches. Soon the flame of destruction shall burn. And when it does, no one can keep us from holding our rights. Despite your every effort, the evil king shall return to spread darkness across the land. Yeah. And yeah, just the getting from dungeon to dungeon was arduous in this. My goodness. Because the fetch questing. Twin Rova's behind Onyx. Lord, you must saved in. Who's Twin Rova? Keep in mind, this Link has never encountered Twin Rova. Only the player has. Final dungeon. Oh yeah, we're cutting off the guessing game now, so if you haven't guessed, this is a good time to do that. I understand completely, Blightable. I have put very serious thought into pulling one of my I'm gonna go play another game moments several times. This has been a rough run for me. I'm worried now about Ages and about Minish. So yeah, interesting variant on the red rooms. You can leave the red room. Oh, you son of a... By the way, Wallmasters reset red rooms. Actually, I should test that. Do they? Yep, nope, they do. Cool. Now, this isn't as terrible as it sounds. These are red rooms, but at any point in time, you can go left or right and get some fairies. So that's cool. I know, right, Blightable? Again, Zelda 1 wasn't scoring particularly badly, as long as you ignore Second Quest. I know that doesn't count, and I stand by my reasons for including Second Quest in the review. The point is, if you just sit down and smash through Zelda 1, you'll be done with it in a few hours. And it'll be whatever. And if you know what you're doing, either by walkthrough or by memory, then it's just whatever, right? It's an old game. And so, honestly, for a game that came out in 1986, -30 is, like, way ahead of the pack. Oh, right. Forgot about you. Sure, game. I was to say, this is now the third time we've killed this guy in just a few days. Is that it? I think that's it. Yep, final boss time. So, chopping off the guessing game. Yeah, this is short. Grab a safety save. See, I'm of two minds on that blade tool. I think it's very case by case for me. Like, in some cases, boring absolutely can be worse than bad. And in some cases, bad is so much worse than boring. It depends, you know? Yeah, with the Red Wing, we're gonna absolutely destroy this guy. Let's see, I need... okay. Alright, ready for the big, in-depth dialogue from Onyx? Here it comes. The boy comes. I, Onyx, General of Darkness, imprisoned Din and cast seasons into chaos. Thank you for reminding me of who you were. It's been so long I might have forgotten. You flit before me like a fly. I'll crush you. And that's his character right there. Hope you enjoyed that. There it is. By the way, not the first time a boss has been only damageable by spin attack in these games. Not the last time, either. So that's phase 1. Don't think I've been beaten. Can you keep up this fight? Oh, no. This part got me stuck for a while. The only thing you can do to knock her away is to use the rod. Because, you know, it's a melee weapon that doesn't do anything. Alright, so that's phase 2. Come on, game. Yeah, not bad at all. But I'm done toying with you. I will show you my true might. Of being a Capcom final boss. I was summoned from the Dark Realm by Twin Rova. See my true form. Feel the might of a dark dragon. And actually, pretty good final boss song, for once. I mentioned there were like 4 songs from Seasons. This is one of them. This is the one we hadn't heard yet. Why, yes, I have played Mega Man X1. Thank you for asking. We might actually die here, legit. I have no heals. Any screw-ups, that's on me. Okay, so right and down are both not it. Let's try up. Nope. We're gonna die because I can't hit the guy. That's kind of irritating, I'm not gonna lie. And then we die at the end. See how much of that we have to redo. All of it. Yeah, I can attack while flying. The problem is the way this... I've actually already talked about this. In the Game Boy games, the way the spin attack works is the sword actually spins around. So... if the sword doesn't hit him when I'm passing his hitbox, because it's in the wrong position, because it's actually spinning around me, then I don't do any damage. So... I suppose I'll switch back over to this. Wherever it is, there it is. Suppose we'll just stop trying to use spin attack. Although I thought you had to. It was just the first form. Oh, it resets? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Look, game, I know you hate wasting my time. And by hate, I mean love. You know, we have to do the whole last dungeon again. I mean, again, it's not super long, but still, really, game. I remember having to do this back in the day, too, because, you know, just Onyx hits pretty hard. Switch over here. Round 2. Probably Trihexia. I'm sure you can dodge the swipe somehow. I don't know how? Oh my god. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. I don't remember this being this problematic, I'm gonna be honest with you. No, let's not use save states. I'm just gonna... Yeah, we're almost capped on hearts. No, I don't want to get lunch. I don't want to get lunch and then do, like, 10 minutes of a frigging run. That's silly. Hang on just one sec. Okay, hang on. Okay. That's where it is. Is there monobrand? I have no knowledge of such a thing, but, you know. Shrug. Well, I mean, of course it is hazardous. Updates exist to make everything worse. I think we know those. It's also possible I played Seasons second. If I did, then I would have had access to the blue ring, for example. So that might have helped. I don't think I bothered to get the green ring. Because that's just pure RNG farming. That's actually a good point, Onosian, so it wouldn't have helped anything. You know what? Actually, hang on, real quick. Let's just do this now, because I can just feel this is going to be an irritant if I don't. I can just feel it. Give me bombs, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I just bought, Monobrown. I don't know if I ever found that one in Oceans, because I probably would have noticed immediately that wasn't healing me. You know? Either that or I would have assumed it was bugged. Or I would have thought, why would I wear this when I could wear the other rings? All of these things are possible, really. Dick. This is such a weird bomb tax of an enemy. Probably monobred. Like, that wouldn't surprise me. No, it's too late. My orders were to capture Din and deliver the destructive power of a seasonless land to Twinrova. Now is the flame of destruction. That power is set to devour this land. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, and time. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Who are you again? Thank you, Lord. I know you could save me. Now that I am free again, the seasons should return to normal. Yay. The trials you face to collect the essences of nature have made you a true hero. Not LTTP, that. A new trial shall call you away soon, but we oracles will always watch over you in secret and hope that darkness is kept from the hearts of mankind. Let us return to Horon Village and meet the others. Lord, don't think this is the end. Onyx has fallen, but the damage he has done to this land burns on in the flame of destruction. When this flame lights the dark, our wish will be granted. The end. Uh-oh, she's giving Link the eyes. Napkins are delicious in Arkham, I'm just saying. You know, I get why they used a password system, but did you know a lot of modern password systems don't use certain types of letters or keys because they're just too easy to mistake for other letters and keys? Like, almost every modern password system doesn't let you use 0 and O, for example, or lowercase l. I don't bring that up for any particular reason. Yeah, I have bad memories of trying to transfer some passwords back in the day. So save and quit. Yes. To be continued in ages. We're not actually done yet. Yeah, Metroid was a bad one for that. Laura, you're safe. Thanks to you, peace has come to the land of Holodrum. People are happy. Let us dance together. By the way, Impa received a letter from a homing pigeon and traveled to Labriana. Sounds like something's weird. What could be happening there? I have a bad feeling about it. Ah, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, so you can go finish 100%ing the game at this point if you want to. There's nothing really new here. It is nice to have this kind of a post-game collector range thing. Just as a feature. Where the hell am I? God damn, it's where it just was. I would like to ask for a secret. Yeah, sure, buddy. Hang on, so that's G percentage GQ D left up equals capital N square equals RRD up. Yeah, there's actually in order to really absolutely get everything, you need to play both games. So play through a total of 4 times. Each game twice. One, the other, like that. Thing is, as you've already demonstrated, as I've already demonstrated, as you've already talked about, the password system isn't static. Like, it's not like it's one password, even though it probably should be. There's plenty of information you can gauge on a single password. Especially when you have 20 characters to work with. Okay, this is just to turn in. That's wrong! Is that the same one I just got? Looks like that's the same one I just got. Okay, cool. I think that's actually it. Just in case, we'll pop that there. Now to do this as quickly as I can. Oh yeah, actually, hang on. No. I know what you want. I know what you really want. Why is it off center all of a sudden? Right. That's gonna be irritating. There. This is how this game should be played, right here. And yes, next game we're gonna play is Oracle of Ages. Poor Link. Trying so hard to keep up. Hey, Russ. My favorite thing about this intro, this is pretty much the only story in the entire game. Yes, Russ, I did. We've got our passwords, we're ready to go. Just do a quick audit. You can tell they blew all of their budget on this intro, by the way. Because there's, like, nothing like this in pretty much the entire rest of the game, except for the pirate ship scene and the ending. Man, I wish I could talk that fast. Listen, ain't nobody got time for walking on, like, ground. We got stuff to do. You got the girl. Would you believe, other than Breath of the Wild, this is actually our longest Zelda so far? I mean, I know we say it's felt long, but it actually is the longest. By a few hours. 16.17 hours. Yeah, 45 minutes for a dungeon with a walkthrough. I don't know what else to add to that. Hang on, I need to pull something out here really quick. That's true, Frieza. I'm curious how long LTTP is going to be at this point. I can't imagine it's going to be that long. Not really. Yeah, exactly, Frieza. Yeah, I know LTTB too well. Even if we do 100% playthrough, which I totally freaking could, because I have every chest in that game memorized, it still probably wouldn't take that long. Plus, LTTP is a relatively small world and has decent traversal. Between the dash and the fast travel, you can zip around very quickly in LTTP. Also a really well-designed overworld, while we're on the subject. Yeah, Ocarina will have a few sections, but otherwise, I think it'll be pretty solid. In terms of speed, obviously it'll score well. Of course it's going to score well. Then we get to Master Quest. By the way, I'm up to Ganon's Tower on that. Unless I make one mistake. Ah! The funny thing is there's 3 separate 1 mistakes you can make in the Water Temple. All of them have the same general consequence. There's the key in the lower right, the bottom floor, lower left part of the map. There's the block that you have to move at the very beginning of the dungeon. Oh. And then there's the pit you have to go in the central tower. And all 3 of those... I mean, the pit actually isn't that bad. But the previous 2, if you don't know where those are, you have just lost a lot of progress. The pit is more like, where do I go next? Lower extra text. Whoa! I have heard of the recompilation project. I will absolutely not use it instead of the 3DS version. 3DS version for life! Plus, I haven't even looked into it. I'm hesitant to play a version of a game I've never even touched before. Yeah, by the way, the rules of this stealth game are actually funny if you know what you're doing. Speaking of someone who's made tasks before, one of the worst parts of a game you could have is a section like this, where you've just got nothing to do. So you have to come up with something fun to do, but coming up with something fun to do actually takes more time than just playing the game at task level. No, a demake has different connotations. Like, a demake of Ocarina would be done in 16-bit style, for example. No, a bad remake is just a bad remake. I mean, the Subrosians are super adorbs. They remind me of the dwarves in FF4. Or the black mages in FF1. Or the dwarves in FF14. Look. A re-break. That implies you've broken it before. But yes, Majora does have 2 fairly large negatives to the 3DS version, but I still think it is overall going to be the superior version on a whole. And plus, that's the version that was funded. Oh, I never gave that a negative. Alright, we'll have to think about that. Also, I don't think I own Majora's Mask on the N64. If it's on the NSO, then I have access to it, but I don't own it. Alright. That's a good question, Arspruce. I mean, that would be awesome, Ross. I do still have my gold copy of Zelda 1 and Ocarina. Or maybe it was Zelda 2. I think it's actually Zelda 2. I think I had to rebuy Zelda 1. Just type exclamation... Oh, for the series? For the franchise? Type exclamation mark franchise. Saber for wife. There's only 4 seasons, Arspruce. There's summer, 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 and also summer. Oops, I'm in the wrong thing. There we go. Has he beaten level 2 yet? I haven't really been paying attention. No. That's sort of sad. I mean, a task still hasn't reached level 2. And I'm almost done with the audit. How long is this? Hour and 30. Jesus. This is apparently compilation work, so they... Level 2. I can tell by the music. Charities are very case by case. There's only 2 charities total, actually, that I support right now. And both of those are still kind of... it's funny, Raven. Or both of those are still kind of... have asterisks attached to them. Percentage-wise, most charities are... I don't want to say scams, but fraudulent is a better word. There's probably still some money that does go to people who actually need it, and that's cool. But let's be honest. The reason charities is an institution is to cycle around money and taxes. Replayability for this game. Yeah. No. You can play it 2 ways, but it, as I mentioned earlier, it barely changes the playthrough. Either way, I'm not even sure that qualifies for replayability positive. I am open to debate, as I always am. Hey, it's the face guy. Does anybody agree with Frieza? Sorry, that sounds like I'm calling you out. I'm wanting opinions here. Calling you out, Frieza. Unfortunately, I'm not at power level 9,000, so you're just going to beat the tar out of me. What's your reasoning, Savicon? What's your reasoning? Shake, 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 shake. And I'll do this. sweep, 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 sweep. Hey. Sorry. Any other thoughts before I codify this? I'll type up some stuff while I wait. You do get to ride around as a boxing kangaroo from Australia if you do the default method. If you don't, you get a terrible, terrible bear. Yeah, the Dodongo is the third one. Not as bad. No, I hate to say this, I think I'm going to push back on this one. I don't think the animal section qualifies for replayability. It's so insignificant. It only actually matters for two very specific parts of the map. You also get to play as all three animals regardless, if you're paying attention. Just not for those extended sections. Okay, that was funny. Unfortunately, there's a lot less changed than I thought for the linked game. I actually looked it up when I was looking up stuff earlier, and I was expecting it to be a fairly big list. It's not. So unfortunately, I think I am going to disagree. I apologize. So that means our gameplay score is -3. Now, that's, less focus on balance, more focus on fun, Saber for Wife. Like Street Fighter 2. Seriously, look it up. Let me find one more story negative. No, I can't find another story negative. So that's, +4, -3. It's a hell of a spread, honestly. What's 32 plus 29? I can't do that in my head for some reason. It should be 61, but okay. Yeah, no, that tracks. So, yeah, where's the genre sheet? Where's the genre sheet? Whoop, sorry. Who cares? I mean, that's kind of the same general idea, Saber for Wife. Don't mistake me, a strong PvP and tournament scene is pretty much required for a fighting game to live and breathe and exist. But when you focus on that too much, you completely kill the entire rest of your player base, and that's a demonstrable fact. We have a lot of examples of that happening. It also kind of chops off a game at the knees in terms of how much spread it gets. So that is... That's just... You know, Before I share the number here, can I just say that my vague comment earlier is completely on the money here? This is a game I barely remembered. I would say yes, Blades of All. One's a little bit different, but so yeah, +4 to story. That puts it above Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, and way below Link's Awakening and Breath of the Wild. That's 0.25 pluses per hour and a 70% ratio, which actually isn't terrible. Gameplay's -3. That's 0.19 negatives per hour and a ratio of 47%, which shows you that it was pretty close to being even. Giving us our golden number of, I'm not going to hype this up, 1.8. This might be one of the most nothing burger games we've covered in recent memory. That's impressive. And yeah, looks like that's going to go to Walker there. Just 1.8. Chained Echoes, Gravity Circuit, and Sea of Stars. I did, Frieza. And I am proving myself wrong. Yeah, dull, forgettable, and with a tremendous amount of padding. There's just not a lot going on in there. There's some cool stuff. There's the bones of a decent game in there, but it's buried by the content of that game. Now, I'm going to try to start Aegis today. I'm going to succeed at starting Aegis today, but I do need to eat lunch. And I do need to do some paperwork. So, hopefully Aegis scores better? I'll see you next time.